Hello, my fellow survivors, and welcome to the Wastelands, where everyone's a little mad and crazy is hanging on to the impossible while moving forward, one step at a time. Today we are going to continue with the control as we jump into the last DLC of the game. After this DLC, we are going to start playing and exploring Alan Wake 2, which is going to be completely new for me, and I am very excited for it. But for now, let us continue and start the Foundation DLC of Control. Get missions. These are gonna be useless. I need to talk to the board? Oh. Well, let's go to executive. I forgot that that's how you start the Foundation DLC. Now I also have another mission that I'm quickly going to do, which is in investigations. Interesting. Since it's personnel protection, I won't be much with charge. What does spin do? Why not? Let's see how well I can use that mod for it. I'm not going to turn on the... I'm not going to turn in the board missions yet for a specific reason. I kind of want to try and wait for something. See whether or not it actually triggers things once I'm in the Foundation DLC. I need Pierce for that. And that happened. But how are you all doing today? I hope you all have a lovely Friday. And that you have great plans for the weekend. There's a lot of debris here. Makes it hard to not hit something by accident, getting me caught up in the explosion. Maybe I should use it more while flying. At least it's debris and not the Gouda. And the phone rings once more.
Even if it was a dream, I feel Darling reached out to me through the hotline. I have a feeling he and Trench will be the only callers from the beyond.
Hi Shady, and welcome to the Wastelands. Thank you for your continued support. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you for always being here. Hello. How is your Friday? Any good plans for the weekend? Not that I don't know about them, but it's good conversation. That's always a good plan. I support being lazy.
Head of research. It's official.
Head of research? When was the review process? Why weren't we consulted?
Calm down. It's pretty clear she earned it.
Actually, that's a good point.
Any luck finding the armory? None.
It's alright.
Checking each sector. Fuck, whose side is...
Being lazy is still a good plan.
Whatever it is we're calling it. And if we could just flush out the stragglers.
So, what's next for Simon Arish?
Well, first off, I'm banning all slide projectors. That's it. Seriously, though, we need to review our protocols. Research should not be making decisions that endanger the entire Bureau. Fuck it. The entire fucking world without some serious oversight.
I think Pope would agree. Certain people in the Bureau have been working in the shadows for too long.
And I'd like to make these HRAs part of the mandatory Bureau uniform. They're not stylish, but better safe than sorry.
I don't think anyone will complain. Not after this.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on me serving as director?
Well, I couldn't be more excited. I mean, look, don't get me wrong, Trench was fine, but well, you pulled us back from the brink. Well, I'm honored to serve, man. I mean, fuck, shit. Phaeton. Sorry.
He'll get it one day.
Situation report?
So, what's the situation in my bureau, Arish?
The situation is we are still up to our eyes in Hiss. Not to mention the months of repairs it's gonna take just to get this place up and running again.
But is it doable?
Of course it is. You just might need to tell some rangers to grab a wrench once they're done hunting Hiss.
The slide projector?
Did anyone ever mention to you that Darling was using the slide projector?
Salvador never did, but I doubt he even knew. Look, I'm well aware that it's our job to study and contain the things that we don't understand, but some of the things that Darling did were way outside of our mission statement. Look, these things are not toys, and acting like they are is only ever going to end one way. At least Pope seems to understand that.
Well, it's secure now. No one can reach it without my say-so.
But thank Christ for that.
And Marshall.
Marshall's been missing for a while now. Any ideas where she could be?
The last time I saw her was in maintenance when I was leading the Rangers out of the Atlas. Yeah, I told her it wasn't safe, but she said she had to go check on something.
Did you ask where she was going?
Whew. Marshall is not the kind of person you question. Kind of intimidating, you know? But, she was by herself, if that helps at all.
Not really, but thanks. Hopefully she turns up. I'll see you later.
You know where I'll be.
Okay, let's go talk to Pope.
Where are the files on parasitic entities, I asked you?
I found a couple of relevant files in Dr. Darling's office. I'd have to dig through the archives for the rest, but I'm not going to. Not with the altered items loose.
Then go see if any ranger squads are available for a file retrieval mission.
Analysis of his treatment, Part 5. His corruption manifests in vastly different ways. Some hosts remain largely unchanged, while others are barely recognizable as human. What determines this level of alteration? Is it the duration of corruption? It could simply be an evolutionary process, each entity representing a stage of growth in an undiscovered linear progress leading towards what? Additionally, his entities possess various paranatural abilities. How do they achieve this? Have they gained them from corrupting objects of power? Have they corrupted a single highly talented para-utilitarian and divided their access to paranatural abilities across the network of his corrupted hosts? As a scientist, I am hindered by the sheer number of questions. It's difficult to identify where one should begin. What is the most pertinent question? How do we kill it? That seems to be a good start. Refer to file redacted for the full report.
Jesse, good to see you. We've got Dylan situated in his containment cell like you asked. I've got medical staff running tests as we speak, and I'd be happy to walk you through the details later. Other than that, what's next?
With the slide projector turned off, the hiss are shut out, but we're stuck with the ones already here. We can't lift the lockdown until they're all eradicated. If any hiss ever got out, that would be the end of everything.
Well, eliminating them all will take time. Look, I'll do what I can on my end, but my research is progressing slower than I'd like.
I think I can help with that. I am making you the head of research, effective immediately. I want you to use everything the Bureau has, every resource, every confidential scrap of data, and find a way to keep the hiss out for good.
That's... really? I mean, yes, I can certainly get... Yes! Yes, I accept.
You'll do great. Besides, I didn't really have anyone else lined up.
I'm honored, Jesse, really. Thank you.
To be fair, I think Pope is a great choice. Better than Darling was, to be honest.
I've looked through the docs we found in Dimensional Research. That slide projector is extremely powerful. You were right to shut it down.
Jesse as director.
How do you feel about me taking over as director?
You act like it just happened. You've been director since we first met, remember? I am still thrilled. Nothing's changed. Not for me. But the Bureau has changed. Trench and Darling are gone. Their knowledge, anything not written down, disappeared with them. They knew the Bureau better than anyone.
They're the Bureau's past, Emily. We won't operate like they did. We'll learn from their mistakes. We'll be better than they ever were. We won't ever be like them.
Darling's fate.
When the hiss got into my head, I saw some weird things. I think Darling even spoke to me. Does that make any sense to you?
Empirically, no, but phantom voices as well as hallucinatory states are not uncommon here. And considering the forces that Dr. Darling was working with, he could have been transferred to a different plane of consciousness, physically or otherwise.
And that doesn't upset you?
Oh, very. And the fact that he hid those forces from me, it's infuriating. But Darling's dream was always to look beyond our reality. This time he may have taken a step too far, but as long as his consciousness can perceive his surroundings, I'm sure he's loving it.
Maybe Darling was just trying to protect you from the darker side of his work.
Fuck that. I'm not a child. Like, don't just assume I'm gonna consider something morally repugnant.
Which it all was.
Which it all was, of course.
They work on a good wavelength together. Dylan's condition.
How is Dylan? The same. I can't detect any Hiss activity, but his physiology has certainly been altered by it. And I can't tell if his brain activity is genuine or simply the aftermath of the Hiss, like spasms. Dylan could wake up tomorrow for all I know. I really can't say.
Then I just have to wait for him. That's fair. He waited a long time for me.
But don't worry. We'll be monitoring him round the clock. If he wakes up, we'll be ready. I don't mean that in a hostile way, just... well, you know.
I hear you. My brother isn't exactly popular around here. I hope one day he'll have the chance to change that.
The HRA failure?
So, there was a moment after Hedron died that I couldn't feel my powers. The hiss got into my head. Just for a moment.
That explains the HRA outage. Before we knew what was happening, the Hiss had us. They were in my head. I saw terrible things. I mean, I was about to go under forever when the Hiss was pushed back. The HRAs had come back on. And Dylan vanished afterwards, and we fought off the Hiss that came after him. So if Hedron's death knocked out the HRAs, that means there must be a new local source for them to relay, which I'm guessing must be...
me.
You. Hedron is dead, assuming that word even applies to a resonant-based life form. But whatever it awakened in you, the power you call Polaris, is still active. Or at least, that's what my instruments are telling me.
I don't think we're ever gonna understand all of this. And I'm okay with that. I'm just glad you're here with me. That's good to know. Thanks.
You know, Control isn't an overly big game. It's a very good game. It's a very underrated game, but it's not an overly big game compared to some like Baldur's Gate or Dragon Age. But I don't know a lot of games where people that are this short, where people go through as much character development as Jessie goes through. Like, she is truly a good example of like character development, strong female protagonist. I think that like this game gets a lot right. A lot that other games could learn from.
I found Dylan attacking the astral plane and the board. What was he hoping to accomplish?
Huh. Since they arrived, Hiss have been corrupting objects of power, which have an inherent link to the astral plane. Maybe their goal was to access the astral plane and the board itself.
That still doesn't tell us why.
His motives are a difficult thing to work out, but I have been digging through confidential files and noticed a strange gap in knowledge regarding the board.
I'm trying to
It's like any data on it has
see
either been deleted or was never
where
connected in the
this
first place.
joke is going, because I feel like
Then
I
maybe
gotta
it's
know
time
the
someone looked
answer.
into
It's a
that.
play on words somewhere.
Maybe it is.
Did you know that she has a counterpart that turns into an antagonist? What is the counterpart?
Well, I've got a bureau to run. See you soon.
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
Please, Emily. Not even as a joke.
In the Ocean View Motel. Could survivors be hiding inside?
It's possible. I remember a report about
As such,
the Bureau once contacted the whole department to investigate. The department head was found in the motel 2 years later. His arm stuck in the vending machine.
is there really a
Note to send in search
counterpart?
party when possible. Hi, Jesse.
Isn't that just another side of her? Or Mirror
Well,
World?
I've got a bureau to run. See you soon.
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
One moment,
Please,
one
Emily.
moment. Yeah, well, and as per usual, there are always people that don't care about my work. But that's how it's always going to be. Let's just continue.
What even is a joke?
If the slide projector requires a slide in the direction of doorways, then which is the object of power in this slide?
I'll ask, but you guys want to keep the asynchronous suit, or do you guys want to see me play in a different suit? If you want to see any of, I'll go through the list and you can take a look at them. So that's the outfit that I started in, which is her default outfit. This is the one you get from completing all of Ati's missions, the janitor outfit. This is the one you get from completing the jukebox, which, funny enough, has a bit of an Aloy feel to it, in my opinion. She has a very intense stare. There's the asynchronous suit, which is my personal favorite. The director suit, which you get from finishing the game. Not a great fan of the hairstyle, but it's kind of comes with the territory. There's the candidate suit, which I got when I went to investigate where Dylan told me to go. This was a suit they had prepared but never given to her because she was never caught. There's the office assistant outfit, which she wore when the Hiss took over and she was lost in her own mind. The golden suit from doing the lucky puzzle, which I've played as a little, and the extra dimensional suit, which I got from doing the shoe missions. Do you say golden suit? What does the shady say? Alright, golden suit it is. Let me go to Langston as well. Which I'm gonna regret, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
This paranatural power contained in one place is a risk. Makes me wonder what other dangers are locked away inside the Bureau.
How the hell did an astral spike end up in the archives? Our poor records are gonna get torn to shreds.
Sir, I am required to inform you that all records are property of the Bureau, not of any one individual.
And I am required to inform you that the astral spike's origins may be a confidential matter and should not be inquired upon by low-clearance personnel.
Would you two stop doing whatever it is you're doing? And I'm not low clearance. Hello, ma'am. Heard about your little tussle over in Nostalgia. So, good house cleaning and things will get back to normal, right? Right? I mean, our normal, anyway.
Situation report?
Can I get a situation report for the sector?
Whew, okay, we still have to perform a proper inventory of the cells. Lord knows how many altered items snuck out during all this. Staffing. We definitely lost some people. Gonna have to hit those college career fairs, am I right? Huh.
Hard to imagine the FBC at job fairs.
The Hiss are still tearing up the place faster than we can fix it, but the containment sector is stable-ish.
Considering the alternative,
Can I just say that that was a perfect timing? That was the perfect timing for that to pop.
Any thoughts on me serving as director? I know it was a sudden change.
Oh, no complaints so far. Trench was all secrets, lots of meetings behind closed doors. You seem much more approachable. But if
That
I can give you
sounds
some
that
advice,
sounds creepy.
keep a grip on who you are. I've been here a long time, and I don't know if it's the job or this place, but people change here, and not for the better.
I'll try to keep my head
That-
on straight.
Is surprisingly good advice from him.
Will you stay on after things calm down, Langston?
Are you asking if I'm quitting? Oh, no, ma'am. I'm not having some mid-level agent make a mess of my panopticon. Plus, I'm racking up serious overtime hours with this lockdown. Just don't take too long clearing out the Hiss. My cat gets separation anxiety.
I'll do what I can. He must have gotten a pet sitter. I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always.
Let's see if this mission is gonna go better than the previous one. I guess not. Yeah, they're pretty strong here. Okay, let me first see if I can finish up these 3 missions before I go to the foundation so that I can clear them out and see if there's no better rewards soon-ish. I'm a bigger risk to myself with explosive weapons. Did I get the mission? I did. So let's go to maintenance. Clear up that mission. And then I'm gonna look something up. Well, that is something I'm gonna have to look into, because I just remembered another mission which I haven't completed yet. Or I haven't even found yet.
Ati's still gone. I get the feeling he had more of an agenda than he let on. Did he already get what he was here for?
He'll be back.
Some real action.
Don't jinx. It's a lot more dangerous than you can imagine. Whoops. Just gotta find a place where I can fight some enemies. Maybe if I'm lucky I can find some in the Black Rock Quarry to fight. And here I was hoping some enemies would spawn while I waited for the gondola to come back. I'm missing only one enemy. By the way, in about 4 to 5 minutes, ads will run. We'll take a short break, give people time to get a snack, get something to drink, and then we'll continue once the ads are done. If only that would stop the ads.
Dark, quiet, trans-dimensional.
Holiday Memories 3, alternate item 14-AE. Excerpt from altered speech of alternate item 14 by Dr. Theodore Ash. The results are incredible, but more so the speed of discovery this allows us. Alternate item 14 copies our speech, but after numerous tests we discovered that certain words are missing from its vocabulary. We began isolating those words, cross-referencing them with esoteric text from the early days of the Bureau. We found that these words, when arranged in particular formations and we'll take a short break. We'll be back after the ads. And we are back. So let me first continue reading. We found that these words, when arranged in a particular formation and spoken at various speeds and cadences, elicit a reaction from altered materials. We tested this specific string of words, a formula if you will, on other altered items kept in the examination hall. Varying physical responses were recorded, each one with an 82% success rate. We've proven that words can tangibly affect these items. Specific applications must be explored, possible for containment or identification purposes. This will drastically change our approach moving forward, and to think there's still more words to be found.
This place really suits Ahti.
I still want to find that, one
etching
more
is the core.
enemy.
Okay. Let's try opening it.
There we go. And now it's time to start the foundation. Welcome to
No time for
Foundation.
sightseeing. The board said this was an emergency.
First thing I do is sightsee.
Looks like no one's been down here in a while. These crystals are kind of pretty. Emily would be having a field day down here.
My life's been a strange one. Certainly stranger than I'd like. But this place, it's something else. The floors crawl, the walls slither. It's a shifting pit. On the street, it's just another drab building standing there for anyone to see. But no one does. How do we miss it? Northmore. Acting director in Northmore now is on a train from Washington. He'll expect answers, which is why I'm making these tapes. They're evidence that I'm at least trying to understand. Father searched his entire life for something like this, and we find it 1 week after he's buried. He always hated irony. Of course, Father, the great director, Ash, would have been the first man in. And look at me, his bookworm son, the supposed head of research who can't stop his legs from shaking long enough to step over the threshold.
The me in this game seems a little whiny.
Foundation.
Oh, Marshall also gets a hotline.
I only heard of the Foundation when I became head of operations. The very bottom of the oldest house. Director access only. Just the name alone is classified. Zachariah gave me a tour the day I was promoted. Said I should see it for myself, to understand. After that, I snuck down on my own from time to time to keep tabs on the place, and on them. But nothing ever changed down there. Not even the walls. It's solid, permanent, different from the rest of the house. Of course, they were always watching me. I never stayed long. I'm not stupid. I have to stop the hiss from finding this place. I'm the only one who can.
Fee, fi, fo, fum.
This house. Stop the hiss.
Marshall? How is she on the hotline? Unless she's dead. Jesus. She seemed like the kind of woman who could survive anything.
This place is gonna have an entirely different feel from the rest of the game we played for so far. I think this one also contains like the hardest monsters. Cave paintings. At first I thought the cave paintings in the Foundation chronicled ancient humans' encounters with natural occurrences like weather, but it soon became clear they depicted events far outside the average human experience. Also, it seems I was wrong to assume the images are ancient. Radiocarbon dating suggests something impossible, that I've been down here longer than the paintings. That's absurd, though. The style and medium clearly indicate a Paleolithic origin. I was ready to conclude that the ancient communities of humans lived in or around the oldest house. Now, with this information, I don't know what to think. Is one of our agents drawing these? Or is there someone down here with us? This place has a habit of skewing my results, so perhaps the data is corrupted. Or perhaps some paintings were created at different times. The art does seem to chronicle not only the past, but also the present and possibly even the future. I see in them echoes of the board, some linear architecture, even what could be interpreted as a director. Are the paintings telling a story that's still being written? If so, who's writing it? Ow. His sharpened. His sharpened agents display the para-utilitarian ability to rapidly move short distances. This ability is unique in the fact that it's not associated with any known object of power. However, we should not discount the possibility that this ability is an object variation. For example, abrupt physical relocation, APR, could potentially be a variant of the jukebox effect. Other explanations of the His sharpened ability currently include momentary time manipulation, brief increases of physical speed, inhibiting the witness's sense of sight. If we do accept that the His sharpened ability is not connected to a known object of power, then the His are either manifesting unique paranatural abilities, or there are objects in the house that we aren't aware of. Either way, the His are continuing to develop new strains of corruption, and that is cause for concern. Refer to file redacted for the full report. I assume these are written by Pope. I've never actually paid attention to who's writing those specific ones. Trying to get a bearing of the systems around here, because I remember when I played this that this is a very confusing layout. Tom, you missed the good news. I'm sure the official memo will go out soon, but Northmore called an all hands at the crossroads to announce we're finally moving out of this hellhole and up into the house proper. Bureau brass apparently solved the moving walls problem, or at least figured out a way to pinpoint where and when they happen. All I know is going up means goodbye darkness, goodbye weird lunches with that ex-Nazi scientist, okay, and goodbye pissing into the pit. I know that was you, Barry. Northmore's ordering the Foundation sealed as soon as we can haul our stuff out and somehow convince Ash to come with us. He's the only one kicking up a fuss. To be fair, if I was in Ash's shoes, which is funny to say, I probably would do the same. I think I'd be more comfortable in the Foundation than I would be upstairs. This is long overdue. We've lost 11 men and damn near $10,000 in supplies moving between the entrance and the Foundation. And for what? Research? Ash is batty if he thinks we want to stay here and sift through more sand for him. It's just rusted iron flakes anyway. Did you know that? We were breeding that shit in. Nice. Those are the elements I need to upgrade my crafting menu, which is what I'm hoping to get soon. I will say, having the flying ability is good for locations like these. So that way is sealed up. And this way leads to a dead end, so I might as well check this out first. It leads to a dead end, but I can't reach that yet because I don't have the proper abilities. So I'm trying to be a little too fast, apparently. More info. Foundation accident. Mr. Wilder, I have some bad news. You remember that Robert Ricardo fella we brought in as a special consultant to map the lower caves? Well, today he found a chamber with weird eyes covering every inch of the wall and a strange black pillar in the center. Kinda looks like the one at Crossroads, but smaller. We had a bureau member shadowing him, but whatever happened in there did a number on our guest. The docs are taking a look, but it's pretty clear Mr. Adventurer's exploring days are over. We know we were careful to limit this guy's exposure to the non-ordinary. Drugging him and carrying him through the upper floor was a real hoot, by the way. But we really need to reevaluate our policies on external contractors. Honestly, we're better off forming a special division trained in repelling and orienteering than subjecting more outsiders to the shit we deal with. They almost always end up dead or loony. Marcus. So it seems a lot of the things that I'm going to find here are going to be about before the upper bureau was formed. The founding years of the bureau. It's gonna be well, maybe not the founding years, but like at the beginning, before the bureau settled completely in the oldest house. It's gonna be fascinating.
The astral plane is cutting into our dimension. What if this happens in the upper floors? It'll destroy the bureau.
Shifting fragment. I'd like more shifting fragments, please. Don't know if I can reach those higher planes yet. For example, there I need to get from somewhere else, I think. Or I need some sort of one of the other abilities I still need to get.
I wish I'd brought Emily with me. I could really use my head of research right about now.
Notice how Polaris reacted when she said that?
Marshall? Marshall! You're alive! Nancy! The director!
Are you sure that you saw Marshall? I'm not sure I saw her.
Whoa. This place is huge. Marshall? Can you hear me? She was on the hotline, so that person couldn't have been Marshall, right? One problem at a time. Let's see what's going on with that pillar first.
I need 2 more shifting fragments. Oh boy. Even more blast radius. Astral copy. With the astral plane now physically accessible, a torrent of new information has been collected on the entities known as astral copies. The copies' bodies are composed of a dense stone-like material that is both resilient under controlled circumstances and brittle when struck with significant force. See Report 8-11-1633 for the full composition analysis. Whether the astral copies possess individual consciousness or are directed by a higher intelligence, such as the board, remains unknown. However, their shared aggression seems to indicate a unified goal. Director Faden's encounter with these entities when binding objects of power in the astral plane indicate they serve as live targets for potential para-utilitarians to practice on. Some have been equipped with Bureau weaponry, though it seems unlikely that they were armed by our personnel. It is important to note that they appear immune to his corruption. Refer to file redacted for the full report.
It's been 5 days since we first entered the building. Traversing the interior is dangerous due to the shifting, but we did manage to find a lower cavern that seems structurally predictable, which is a scientific way of saying its walls won't crush us in our sleep. Northmore even made a discovery. A pistol placed on a stone pedestal in front of that strange ebony pillar. Seems like something out of a storybook, except the heroes usually find swords, not handguns. But it is the perfect lure for someone like him. Hours after finding this weapon, Northmore cornered me to spout some nonsense about how the board had made him the director. He ranted about the title being meaningless before now, calling Father and all other previous directors shams, frauds, and worse. I think this place is worse for Northmore than it is for me. Strangest thing? There was no pedestal in front of that pillar a day ago. This building has swallowed a dozen of my men, and now it's handing out presents? Is it playing some sort of game? If it is, we're most certainly losing. Hell, we don't even know the rules.
Let's take a look at the pillar before we do anything else. Repair the nail link to prevent astral consumption collision. This is the director's duty plot. Authorized for a single new tool upgrade. Use it to save the Foundation as Bureau. Left, south. Only one is permitted. Which will you choose? Become.
So I can only choose one? I thought I was done with these tests.
Let's start with destruction. Can one of you guys get that bot? Thank you. Mineral roots, barnacles grow across the foundation. Use the new ammo casing to demolish wheat whack. First directive to receive earned this. You should feel honored. Handled. I'm gonna need to be careful with this weapon. Dismantle, lose the 4 locks, keys, MacGuffins. Located on the fringe, nowhere of the astral plane. Astral bleeding collision has spread, lost them. Do this and the nail will prepare, glued, crisis averted. PS, bonus round. Hiss are present in foundation. Trespassing, snooping is forbidden.
Let's review. This broken pillar is called the nail. It was broken by something, and now the astral plane is bleeding into the foundation, which will destroy the oldest house, the bureau, and everyone inside. I need to find 4 locks, or keys, or whatever, to stop that from happening. But I'm the director. I've handled worse. This should be simple-ish. You with me?
I think, yep, I'm 1 short. Okay, now... So apparently I deal so much damage, or this explosion radius is so...
I'm here.
Lock, keys, keep, socket here, trapped, hooked, hidden, fed. They are old, young, extra life. With the director's help, situation information is subject to change.
I've served under 2 directors. 3 now, I suppose. Trench and I worked our way up together. We made it through the tough cases, the bad days, the casualties. He was the epitome of a good agent. Smart, decisive, selfless. And he picked up that damn gun. Becoming director is a formal process overseen by the board. Lots of ritual and mystery. After that, key staff provide detailed briefs on all classified matters, past and present. But with Faden, well, there's no protocol for field promotion. The girl's smart, has a good head on her shoulders. I'm trusting her to handle the hiss upstairs, while I hold them off here. All this shit with the nail, the board, I'm not sure she's ready. Besides, I work better alone.
RJ? I saved the bureau once, and I'll do it again.
And that is the last upgrade I needed. Or that's the last item I needed to get the upgrade I wanted. That is actually what I wanted. So if I put that on grip, that is a lot of extra damage. That's good. That's good. His distorted. His distorted. His distorted. Spin his distorted. Okay. Since I need to use spin anyway, that is what we're going to be using for now. Let's take a look around. For all my research into the oldest house's ley lines, I still don't understand why they converge here at the base of this pillar. I suppose the simplest reason is that they have to converge somewhere, Occam's razor and all that, but that seems wrong. The esoteric world abhors coincidence. So what is the true relationship between this pillar and the ley lines? Does it act as a magnet attracting them? Polar north? Or is this pillar a product of their focused energies, a sprout nourished by the constant flow of the oldest house's power? Perhaps classifying that power would provide some insight. However, we currently have no means of measuring or quantifying it. Given time, it may become possible to collect and even harness this energy. On that note, Northmore is bringing in much lauded Dr. Gustav Wagner from headquarters in DC to aid my research. I suppose this is his way of saying he doesn't trust me to work unsupervised. Let's just hope Dr. Wagner is as smart as his dearly departed Führer once believed him to be. Oof. The pillar found in the crossroads is best described as an onyx spike that protrudes from the cave floor like an imposing stalagmite. Despite its aggressive silhouette, the structure has an undeniable allure. Freud would certainly have something to say about the pillar's overly erect nature, but I'm more drawn to Whitmore's essay on dynamic layers, structures within structures, the fractal mirror in every being. Given its significant location, I believe the pillar is either the very heart of the oldest house or an intrusion within that heart. Or perhaps it's like the husk of a seed from which the oldest house sprouted. Trottier wrote that great architecture isn't built, it grows. But then why does the pillar look so different from the rest of the place's concrete walls and rocky caverns? It's easier to see it as an anomaly, a buried artifact, or a foreign body. A demonic phallus. I wonder if this pillar is any more welcome here than we are. It apparently is. Okay, let me just look something up in the meantime. Oh, okay. Okay. I know where that one is. Unacceptable behavior memo. To all Foundation personnel, it has come to my attention that members of our exploration team have been relieving themselves of their God-given liquids in the chasms of the Foundation. As per earlier orders, all personnel currently serving in the Foundation must expel fluids, urinate, or do their business exclusively into the correctly colored and labeled vials provided by research personnel. To do otherwise disrupts the ongoing study of the Foundation and demonstrates a profound disrespect not only for the board and its oldest house, but also for the Bureau you so proudly serve. If I discover firsthand any agents treating the Oblivion as their personal lavatory, they will be forced to go down there and personally clean up their mess. Signed, Director Broderick Northmore. Not gonna lie. Northmore sounds like a dangerous man. Time to clean up some of this. I mean, I don't think that was the problem, Teets. After all, as far as I know, he was pissing on a lot of people. On his head of research, Ash, especially. Man, after all that fighting, I only got 3 enemies out of that because they kept exploding each other. That is probably another way to go. Is that exclusive to charge or is it also for search? Because I can do... No, that's exclusive for charge. But I don't need that because I've got that special one on charge that already ups it. So technically I don't need that. Anyway, so there are 4 locations that I need to go to. I guess I'll go to the first one. Right, I need spin.
I'm in the astral plane. This bleed is just getting worse and worse.
Let me quickly go back and get that chest. So let me just double check. After fighting the first set of enemies and making your way to the top of the structure, look at the right of it to spot a pair of toilet cubicles. Okay.
That's the cave sand. Looks like the astral bleed goes both ways.
Wear everything. Dear Science, there's a person in my pet salamander. He has human eyes. Why doesn't anyone else see him? I think it's like werewolves, but with every animals. Were-dogs, were-cats, were-otters, were-butterflies, were-everything. There are people inside and they can't get out. They're stuck in the animal body. It's not all animals, but it can be any animal. My parents don't believe me. Maybe this has happened before? I thought you would know. Sincerely, John Lom... I think that's very well written for a child. Hello, and welcome back. So, let's push forward and continue. Need to pay attention where I fight for the first time here.
Kiss in the astral plane?
That didn't go so well.
So that... Top of the structure, look right to find toilets. Okay. Ah, there it is. Well, I almost failed there. Mani Neko statue. Alternate item 48-PE. None known. A ceramic beckoning cat figurine. Common lock object found in Japanese storefronts. The following is a list of the items, observed altered effects. Non-corporeality, affinity for specific human behavior, and minor physical movement. Waving its arm. Multiple simultaneously incarnations of this item have been observed. Whether these are independent altered items acting uniformly or replicated instances of alternate item 48 is unknown. How the items originally arrived in the oldest house is unknown. It was first discovered sitting in the director's chair. It was immediately contained in the panopticon cell. The next day, an agent noticed 2 additional figurines had appeared. Hours later, all 3 vanished. The items has been cited throughout the Bureau, appearing while agents perform reducted tasks. It is theorized that fulfilling certain unknown criteria will encourage the items to appear. Present location is unknown. But when does a comet become a meteor? When does a candle become a blaze? Apparently I also got epic stuck in my head.
Reminder, the Bureau does not have windows. If you notice a window, immediately close your eyes and make your way to the nearest safe room. You are permitted to fashion a blindfold from an article of clothing. Any resulting lapse in dress code will be excused. Thank you for your attention.
I get there are no windows, but why is seeing a window dangerous? Oh, this is the first astral collision. Okay. Let's see where this rabbit hole leads, shall we? That was a pretty interesting one. The next hidden room is after I get a control point. Maybe that's the control point? Astral platform W. It is after claiming Astral Tower PE control point. It's east, I'm west, so it's on the other side of this one. Did I... Well, even more blast radius. An item resembling a fondue set was sent to America overnight, aka FBC Initiative 72-A, off-site studio accompanied by a threatening letter and cremated human remains. Longtime show producer Karen Harris was killed when she redacted her redacted into the item. Mr. Redacted, the program's host, was able to contain the item by redacting it. The fondue set is undergoing evaluation at the FBC satellite facility in Redacted. The package was traced back to a P.O. box belonging to the Blessed Pictures production company. The same company was involved in the discovery of alternate item 80. According to post office records, Blessed P.O. box was opened in 1968 and paid through December 2029. Employees cannot recall anyone ever collecting mail from the P.O. box. Case 13-HQ-7612 has been reopened. Attempting to locate the physical address of staff of Blessed Pictures are ongoing. It should be noted that during debriefing, Mr. Redacted revealed he was in a romantic relationship with Mrs. Harris. He has since been placed on mandatory leave of absence for violating Bureau guidelines. So which one is this? Astral Tower. I need Astral Tower PE, not PW. No upgrades yet. I need more remote thought. Apparently. Ah, I see. Okay. So this is where my east route starts. So on this side there's also a hidden location. Doesn't look like there's any research notes on this side. At least not yet. Okay, so that's the first control point. I don't think this is the one I need. Form. Don't have enough for abilities. Don't have enough for constructs. And I haven't done any of these missions yet, so... because those are distorted. Haven't found any of those yet here. There we go. Spit. Green. I don't know if you can see this, because I don't know if I'm really here. I see a pen in my hand. I see myself, but it's all wrong. It's the wrong angle, it's the wrong me, and it's all green. Look out for the color green. Everything's gonna turn green when it's close. Don't let it get close, don't let it in. But if you do, no matter what, you don't speak to it. Please, I need you safe, Peggy. I don't want you to end up here too. I don't know where I've gone. Okay, astral mimic. Astral mimics are physical, indistinguishable from astral copies, but considerably more dangerous due to the fact that they possess para-utilitarian abilities. The most notable ability witnessed is levitation. It is unknown how this astral entity gained its paranatural abilities. The relevant objects of power are currently bound to Director Faden, which indicates the objects are not responsible. However, the objects of power are intrinsically linked to the board and the astral plane. A similar link between the objects and the mimics could also exist, or perhaps the board is able to dispense these abilities at their leisure, with no trial in the astral plane required. The prevailing theory, however, is that the entities are simply replicating observed abilities performed by the Hiss or even the director herself, thanks to a prolonged exposure to our world caused by the astral bleed. Refer to file redacted for the full report. Was this the hidden location? Yes. Oh god. Well, here we go. Okay. That was something, I guess.
Entry day plus 86. There's been a change. Hercules and Mabel. I mean, big numbers 3 and 11 attacked my staff today. 2 fatalities. 3 if you count Mabel. It's always so kind. As a result, we are abandoning the Foundation. Northmore gave the order to transfer our resources to the upper floors. Now that my control points allow us to safely come and go from the New York streets, did I forget to include that fact in my previous logs? I've been so busy using the arrays I made. Control points have been established throughout the oldest house. Excuse me if I don't sound excited, it's just a few months ago, I would have been overjoyed to leave the Foundation. But now I realize I've grown fond of it. There's something deep in the stone here, deeper than that walking presence. Something warm. I feel it needing me. I won't go. I refuse. Northmore won't be happy, but so be it. I'm starting to see him for what he is, an impotent storm. Father Shane in a cheap suit.
Well, it looks like I didn't get along with Northmore.
like the one I used to get in here.
Let's check to make sure that I have everything. Okay, I think I do have everything here. Look, locks, ancient.
Is this the lock/key the board told me about? Just doing my job. First one down. Director Faden's got this covered.
Well, she's getting confident in her abilities. Another heads up, in about 6 minutes, ads will run. Taking a short break, we will be back after the ad rolling once more. Hi, Emily.
Jesse, hey! Emily, how did she get down here? What are you doing down here, Emily?
What do you mean? You called me down, remember?
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
No, that's right. You didn't. But then, I remember you needing me to come here. I mean, you even told me how to get in. Let's just chalk it up to synchronicity so we can get to work.
Everything in stride. The board called me down here to deal with the situation. The astral plane is
colliding with our world. I know. Isn't it fascinating? I never even considered that the astral plane could be a physical volume expanding beyond its dimensional container. The bleed is localized to this area, but its growth rate seems steady. Given time, it will consume the entire Bureau, and possibly beyond.
That's what I'm here to stop. The board told me to fix the nail over there by dismantling 4 locks in the astral plane. Funny, I think it's put itself back together a bit.
So that could be due to the law of inverse exchange. For every associated component you remove, this nail reconstructs. Or possibly some variation of anti-sympathy. Don't worry, I'll look into it. Did you notice all the Bureau infrastructure? It looks like there was a research team stationed down here at some point. Do you think Darling knew about this?
I'd put money on it. That reminds me, have you seen Marshall? She contacted me over the hotline, but then I saw her walking around.
I haven't seen her. The hotline only connects to extraplanar entities. Or dead people. But Marshall's proved time and time again that she's a survivor.
That's exactly what I thought.
Anyway, I've been looking into the minerals growing down here. Have you noticed how they insist on maintaining a certain form? Maybe some sort of a state memory, or they consciously prefer a certain shape?
I think we're on a clock here, Emily. I need to stop the astral bleeding before it brings the oldest house down. See what you can find out from the nail in the meantime. And send out some rangers to look for Marshall. She may be in trouble.
Will do, Jesse. If you see anything interesting, remember to take detailed notes.
Always Emily. She's a good character.
The Rangers have tapped into an old radio network they found around the Foundation. So if you need backup, just call them at one of the stations.
The Foundation.
How did the Hiss get into the Foundation?
Same way we did, I imagine. But you need to remember that the Hiss are the embodiment of persistence. Their nature seems to be one of force, to find every possible vulnerability and exploit it. Their only goal is consumption.
I'm sure there's plenty of goodies for them down here. The nail, for instance.
If the Hiss could corrupt the nail, I'm sure they would have by now. It must not interest them in its broken state. They could be distracted by the numerous unknown paranatural materials I'm sure are lying around. These are the roots of the oldest house. The Hiss will find plenty of ways to make trouble.
They're pretty good at that.
Astral Bleed.
So you've never heard of the Foundation, huh?
I've never even seen the name referenced. Clearly it's highly classified, but for what reason? The problem with these kinds of closed-off hidden areas is that they were likely sealed for good reason. But now no one is left to tell us what that reason was.
Any guesses why the Bureau would hide something like this?
Maybe.
I only know what I've observed. This place is spatially rigid, which means it doesn't shift like the rest of the oldest house. And before you ask why that is, I have to admit that I'm clueless. There's some signal interfering with my equipment, making it hard to get a clear reading. It's being emitted from the floor. Maybe I should have brought a jackhammer.
The astral plane is already taking chunks out of this place, Emily. Let's not add to it.
You have a point. It might not be about the nail. It seems that the board is precious about the nail. There might be a different well, I know, from what little I know, because I still need to find notes, but from what little I know, from the notes left by me, by Ash, he was studying certain entities. I think he was studying the astral copies, but I'm not entirely sure. But he was studying two copies, Atlas and Mabel, I think they were called. And they attacked someone and killed. There were two fatalities. I'll continue explaining once the ads are done. Welcome back, and let's continue. So, admittedly, I now understand the joke you were making. I didn't at first, it completely went over my head, and I was going to explain that, yes, you were right, it's not because of the nail that they sealed the entire place down. Which, admittedly, I realize is funny. But it's also a good point to recap. In case you missed it, I've been finding logs of Theodore Ashe, the head of research when Northmore was in command. And according to him, and he was studying 2 specimens, I think, of astral mimics, but I'm not entirely sure, called Atlas and Mabel, that he studied. And as it turns out, they killed people, which is why Northmore moved everyone up, since he also found the control points. Yes, the control points were made. Exactly. But the control points were made by that Ash. I'm pretty sure Teats can clip that, considering my accent might make it sound like something else entirely. But after his subjects attacked someone and the control points had stabilized the house, Northmore ordered everyone upstairs. So I think it's probably the mimics, the astral mimics and copies that caused everyone to move. I mean, you are yourself. You probably will. His presence.
So let me get this straight. The astral plane is bleeding into the foundation. Correct. And that's happening because the nail is damaged. I'd say it's a bit more than damaged, but yes, that is my understanding. So, what's the connection between the nail and the astral plane? It's a good question. See, I always pictured objects of power as strings between our plane and the astral. If the nail has a similar relationship, then maybe it's more accurate to think of it like plumbing. Now that the nail is busted, sewage is gushing everywhere.
Not the prettiest metaphor.
But it does make sense.
I should get back out there. Agreed. The astral bleed won't stop itself.
On a different note, so we all know that the Threshold Kids is a pretty creepy show, right? So I need to be able to pull those out before I do anything. There's a route downstairs that I'll need to check eventually. For now, I'm gonna need to head back. Yes, Teets.
It's the director.
Yes. A good friend? No. A best friend? Yes. Well, by looking into everything, you learn that people were worried about exposing children to the paranatural going on in the oldest house. So the Threshold Kids was an attempt from oldest house employees to find a way to broach the subject of paranatural elements to children in a healthy learning environment. The only reason all of that exists is because at the time of all of this going on, there was a child in the oldest house that needed to be educated, but nobody had any experience raising children, and the one person who had was going to be hands off out of guilt. So the Threshold Kids is a program that came to be only because they were keeping Dylan and were trying to teach him as a kid about the paranatural and how to harness his abilities. That show, the only reason that show exists is because they were trying to raise Dylan by exposing him to those things. So that means that all those episodes that we've been watching and subjected to, Dylan has been subjected to as well. Much younger. Also, how did it turn him into a raccoon? Wait, based on my pronunciation? Did I pronounce something incorrectly? Did I enunciate something incorrectly? Okay, no, I mean, is there a... So now I gotta ask, is there a difference between trash as in junk and trash as in Threshold Kids? Because threshold and trash to me have always sounded the same. Yes. Okay, I did not know that there was such a difference. I've always heard that as pronounced relatively the same. Try telling me the name of the League of Legends character with a lantern who steals wives. That's trash? I've always called him trash. As in trashing. Writing, trashing. Trash. Yes, Shady? What can you confess? I think it's the fact you drop your H when you say trash. Is it but if I say it the other way, it sounds like I'm saying fresh. And it's not that either. Trash? Thursday? Thursday? Because of your accent years ago when you were explaining to me the importance of proper breathing control, I thought you were trying... I thought you were trying to tell me to exercise restraint in reproduction? Wait, what? Reproduction? Breathe in, breathe out. Oh. I think I get it. It's... Well, I'm kind of glad you at least understood what I was trying to teach you. Apparently my accent has ruined a lot of things. But I'm gonna be honest, breed and breed sound the same to me in the sense that if I say breath, it's something else. I mean, fair, hilarious. So now I'm curious, what is the difference between the two breeds? Because to me, they sound the same. I mean... I don't even know how to start teaching someone speak Dutch, because Dutch is a very annoying language to learn. Oh, where's the next one, by the way? Okay, so that should be breed. Breed. breathe. But that sounds like if I say that, it makes it sound like I'm making fun. The one with the th at the end makes it sound like I'm making fun of somebody with a speech impediment. Breathe. Also, might be a better idea to wait to work on improving my English after the stream, when I can actually listen to what you guys try to explain to me so I can hear the difference. Also, I see what you posted in meme steeds. Called it. That's up, so I don't have the ability for that yet. There's nothing else here. Oh. Okay, so I can go there, but if I'm not mistaken... Yep, called it.
Worst I've ever seen. I snuck into the Foundation through a back door, I know. Had to get ahead of the hiss. Just a matter of bypassing the ritual protections. Luckily, the board's as distracted as the rest of the Bureau. I had to put on a brave face up there. But the situation is the worst I've ever seen. We're getting back on our feet, but we've already lost so much. Trench is dead. Darling is... somewhere. I'm the only one left. But I still have a job to do. Keep the hiss back. There's not enough HRAs to spare, so I'll have to make do with what I've got. Frankly, I don't even know what will happen if the hiss take the nail. Trench made it sound like it'd be the end of the world. He was never one to exaggerate. Well, orders are orders, even if they come from a dead man. Take the nail. End of the world.
So I can't let the hiss take the nail. Not a problem. I know I paid.
Where was the next one? Deep cavern. Bridge control. Bridge control point, okay. Careful for flashing lights. As long as those astral spikes show up, it will probably be some light issues, so do be warned for that. Be careful with it. Anyone with epilepsy. Dear Mr. Talbot, my heartiest congratulations for achieving something that few others have. Consider my curiosity thoroughly yours. For who wouldn't be intrigued when the United States government claims to need an expert spelunker to explore the depths of a cave the likes of which no man has ever seen? A subterranean channel beneath the very heart of New York City is fascinating in and of itself. I have explored every cave system from Kentucky to Kathmandu, but the formation below America's own Big Apple is a welcome surprise. You are certainly building grand expectations. Do not let me down. I have decided to come see this mystifying cave myself. My assistant will be in touch with the details of my arrival. As requested, I will avoid making an announcement to the press, but I cannot guarantee that my travels will slip past their notice. The world is always waiting for word of Robert Ricardo's next grand endeavor. Such is the burden of a globe-trotting man of adventure such as myself. Such is the way of adventure. Keep exploring. Bob Ricardo. Astral Spike. Astral spikes are metastructural entities found in the astral plane. Their existence was first confirmed when a single spike traveled into our dimension through the mind of an astronaut. See report redacted for details. R.E. Agent Gibson. Astral spikes seem to exist beyond our dimension's physical laws. They do not resemble any living creature or animate object we have yet encountered. They are even dissimilar to astral copies, despite the fact that both originate from the astral plane. The spikes are immensely dangerous, emitting a wavelength that disrupts all organic and inorganic matter in their immediate vicinity, with catastrophic results. Discerning the nature of this wavelength has been difficult for obvious reasons, but the parakinesiology department continues to investigate. Refer to file redacted for the full report.
"41 days since entry day, the name of our historic arrival to the oldest house. Morale is long dead, and its corpse is starting to smell. My research staff complain of a presence watching them. Many have suffered nervous fits. Some were evacuated. In cheerier news, I've made some new friends. I met them while exploring the deeper caves. They're hard to describe, but imagine avant-garde sculptures of humans. I call them the id. They aren't hostile. In fact, they're polite and quiet, which is more than I can say for my colleagues. Most id are shy, but a few are quite curious. While I sat taking notes, one came to look at my sketches. I offered him my pencil, but that spooked it. What are the id? Residents? Prisoners? They remind me of the golems from Kabbalistic texts, or a type of homunculi. I know I shouldn't, but I gave them names. There's Hercules, Adam, Lilith, Copernicus. Mabel is the bravest. They're a funny bunch.
I think it was it was Hercules and not Atlas, because Atlas is another section in the oldest house. I mixed up the names. So now that way is open. That's the way I entered. So what's up? Doesn't seem like there's anything up. Excuse me. I think give me one moment, my OBS is messing up. I think it was something like this. Well, my OBS messed up, and I don't know what it was originally, but I guess I'll have to do with this. Regardless, was it lower? No. I think I found a hidden secret that I kind of found too well, not really too early, but more like I had to find it said to cleanse a control point first. I didn't find that control point yet. Next is the warehouse. Oh, this is where the control point is. Still need more remote thoughts. Thank God I took over that orb. It allowed me to heal when it was necessary. I don't know how. Maybe it's the mood I'm in. But for some reason, I have that song stuck in my head from Daniel Potter, I think it was. Bad Day. 'Cause you had a bad day, you're taking one down. You sing a sad song just to turn it around. You say you don't know, you tell me don't lie. You work on your smile and you go for a ride. I think I got everything here. I haven't seen anything else lying around. Nothing else that I can pick up at least, so I'm gonna assume that's it.
Another etching.
Listen, hurry, meet. Progress jolly good, but 2 holes lollipops are left too.
Board, are you there?
Danger Director, board broken, deeper, understand? Tool other, new, forbidden board. Given, former, yours, necessary, go.
Okay, what the hell is going on? Wait, I'm back here?
You can not be here, Director.
Wasn't my idea. Blame the eyeball.
The other tool weapon is forbidden. Former it adrift is trying to mislead you.
Former? Yeah, we've had our differences. But it is giving me something you won't.
I like her sassy attitude. Do not be ignorant, Tick. You are being reckless, disobedient.
I don't like you deciding what I can/can't have.
Give it to them, Jesse. Tell them off. The other directors were pawns to them, but you're not. Good. Keep resisting. You cannot control this. You cannot control your staff. You are mismanaging the Bureau's self-narrative. Then stop me! Since you control the gun, or you have a link to the gun, I'm pretty sure that you could terminate me whenever you want. By the way, I'm gonna finish this up. And then I'm going to call it up. If I go into an ad, I am going to keep going for that little bit. Thank you. But just for the sake of rounding up, I am not going to go to be right back. I am going to finish it after after this section. But thanks for the heads up. Don't know why I could do that, but okay.
I'm getting pretty tired of being jerked around the astral plane. If you're listening, I want some answers.
I think right now I am with Former. Hello, home, alone, long, visitor, happy. Tunnel open, grateful. Welcome, speak.
It was nice of you to give me something the board wouldn't. What are you getting out of it?
Void nothing.
So I'm just supposed to believe you're a particularly charitable, whatever you are?
Neither. Both. Hungry?
Hungry? I mean, yeah, actually, I'd love a sandwich or something. That's not what you meant, was it?
Right. Panini, former board, abalone.
Are you part of the board? Or used to be?
Once split board blame. So they split.
Okay. So you split because the board blamed you for...
Inside Beyond Nail Rescue House Sun warning.
Gotta be easier to play charades. Do I need to rescue someone?
No.
I don't know what I expected. Listen, this has been great, but I have to go. Thanks for your help, and, stay out of trouble.
House, listen, nail, leech, burn, go.
What is Former trying to tell me about the board? Should I trust either of them?
Let's go check on Pope.
I know you'll take care of this, Director. I'm not worried.
You do sound like someone that's worried. His sniper's using melee. Jesus, that's gonna be a difficult one.
If it isn't my favorite director. The Rangers found a section of the containment sector in the caves, but no house shifts occur down here. Strange.
I should get back out there.
Agreed. The astral bleed won't stop itself.
Okay, so a section of the containment has been rooted in here. That's peculiar. Anyway, it's safe. And now is a good time to check out clips that I am sure people have made. So, only one, which is called That Ash, though. So, let's have a look. The control points were made by That Ash. I'm pretty sure Teats can clip that. Accents are a funny thing, aren't they? But yes, that was it for Control for now. I will be back for you guys probably on Sunday with more Control. Normally it was a multiplayer stream today, but I decided in order to get to Alan Wake 2 faster, which I'm really hyped for, to skip and focus on Control. I am pretty close to the end. It's the last DLC, so... And I'm already halfway done with the main story of the DLC, so... Making good progress. I'm gonna look for someone to raid, but before I'm going to raid, I wanna take a small moment for a short message. The world, in any of its forms, wastelands or not, is often a difficult place to survive and thrive. It's a hard and difficult world out there. And one of the things that people don't take enough care of is their mental well-being. So I want to take a moment, not necessarily to raise awareness, but to reassure you and let you know that you don't always need to be perfect. You don't always need to be good or in the best condition. You're human. You're not a machine. You are inherently flawed and you will inherently fall. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you can find the strength to get up. And if at any point you can't find the strength, it's okay to ask for help. We humans are often so isolated in our suffering that we don't ask for help enough. If you find yourself isolated and hurt, reach out. There are people that care about you. There are people that love you. And there are people that will support you. No matter how deep you are, no matter how low you fall. There are people around you that care for you, will help you up. Never be afraid to reach out if you need help. Needing help is a very normal thing to need. Don't be afraid or don't be ashamed. Your mental well-being is important. And with that, it is time to rate. So with that, let's go rate voices. But with that, I wish you all a pleasant evening. Stay safe out there, Wastelanders. It's a dangerous world out there.